Voilà. Non, laisse-toi, après je vais fermer. Ok. Yes. Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning.
Soyez le bienvenu.
Welcome. Welcome to the chamber for this quite important program. We're going to start in a short moment. We just wanted to kindly request the participants to take their seats.
Thank you. We are here for the third Pan-African Parliamentarians Summit on Climate Policy and Equity. And we are all glad that you answered the call, the invitation from the Pan-African Parliament for this very important summit. This is a third in a series of these summits that targets and dedicated to our lawmakers of this continent. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change being a cross-cutting issue, the Pan-African Parliament and the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance thought it was important for the lawmakers of the continent to come together and discuss the issues pertaining to climate justice, policy, and equity. We know many of you have come from far and wide, and we know some of you have gone through logistic issues. We only can say we'll do better next time. But we are glad finally you are here. As we start the summit, there are participants that are here seated with us, but there are others that are online that will be speaking with us through Zoom. We also want to seize this opportunity to thank them for being patient and being there for what we consider the most important event as far as climate change is concerned within our legislative setting. Amongst us, we have lawmakers, of course, parliamentarians, who represent the whole continent. Amongst us, we also have Pan-African institutions. Amongst us, we have civil society leaders. Amongst us, we have diplomatic representatives. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the results of this summit will go a long way to influence the position of this continent in the climate change negotiations. So I will plead that participants should come a little further ahead so that we'll all be together. I see some people sitting right back there, but there are seats in between. So can you kindly fill up those seats if you are a participant to this event? Please, so kindly take your seats so that we'll commence, we'll start in earnest. Okay, that way, reserved. So we have 2 days of a fully charged program. Les retrouvailles sont bonnes, mais je pensais qu'on pouvait.
Yeah, it's good to meet once again, but I thought that we would rather start our business. Thank you very much. So we're going to continue with this with our program. pending the arrival of the vice presidents. We will start very shortly.
Program, we have 2 days of a very charged and important program that will, follow today later. This morning, we'll have the opening, which will be graced by welcome remarks from Honorable Didier Molisho, Chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment, and Natural Resources at the Pan-African Parliament. This will be followed by Dr. Mitika Mwenda, who is the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. And then we'll have the remarks from Honorable Barbara Cressy, the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment of South Africa. We'll have some remarks online from the chair of the group of African negotiators to the Climate Change Convention. And we also have Honorable Josefa Sacko, Commissioner, African Union Commission. And then the speech of His Excellency Honorable Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament. When we would have done with this, we will have a health break. When we come back from the health break, we will then go into the technical core of this important summit. And this will be paper presentations from experts and representatives of key institutions. Then at between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., we'll have a lunch break. Followed by the third session of the day, which will be down the memory lane from Paris to Sharm el-Sheikh. This will be, we'll have paper presentations and a panel discussion. At 10 minutes past 3 p.m., we'll have another health break, which again will be followed by a series of paper presentations, and we'll end the day with a panel discussion, followed by In the opening remarks, we'll also have remarks from the resident representative of the UN in South Africa, in the person of Dr. Nelson Mufu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Pan-African Parliament has just taken his seat at the high table. So our event will now commence in earnest. We'd now like to call on the Honorable Didier Molisho to make his remarks. Yes, please.
Votre Excellence,
Your Excellency Moussa Josefa Sacko, Commissioner of the African Union in charge of agriculture, rural development, blue economy, and sustainable development. Your Excellency Chief Fortune Tarumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable speakers of national and regional parliaments, honorable vice presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Mufu, resident coordinator of the United Nations system in South Africa, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, executive director of the Pan-African Alliance for Climate Justice and co-organizer of this summit. Honorable members representing national, regional parliaments and parliamentary networks in Africa and beyond, distinguished representatives of governments, intergovernmental institutions, civil society, and other groups. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On my own behalf and on behalf of the Committee on Agriculture, Environment and Rural Economy of the Pan-African Parliament, I have a singular honor to welcome you to this summit on climate change and equity. I should like to express my deep gratitude to the Pan-African Alliance on Climate Justice for its ongoing collaboration with my committee and the Pan-African Parliament, and also for the technical and financial support of this summit. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a chairperson of the committee in charge of this field, and given the importance of economic transformation of Africa, I am fully aware of challenges and opportunities that climate change represents for our continent and its inhabitants. Food security migration, conflicts, and poverty are all interdependent problems that are worsened by climate change. Climate change has an impact on the availability, access, and use of and stability of food security, leading to famine. Climate change is also responsible for the migration of millions of people that find themselves confronted with accrued risks of discrimination, exploitation, and violence. Over and above that, it highlights inequalities and existing conflicts by creating and worsening the availability of resources. At the same time, dear guests, climate change also presents an opportunity for us to rethink our agricultural systems, health systems, economic systems, as well as our practices. By adopting more sustainable and resilient methods, we will be able to reduce pollution and increase the efficiency of water management. Also, exploiting the innovation possibilities, we will be able to share solutions that are for the betterment of farmers and the environment. This summit offers a unique opportunity to explore better ways of meeting these challenges, but also to take advantage of opportunities that it presents. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, as representatives of the people, parliamentarians have a crucial role to play to make sure that climate action is inclusive and equitable without leaving anyone behind. This has become particularly urgent because of the increasing demand in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. The seriousness of the crisis on our continent, that is at the crossroads of many paths, needs to lead us to make seen various issues. One, the necessity of a prevailing adaptation as an absolute priority for the African continent and its inhabitants, as science demands and as an imperative of climate justice. Two, the necessity of strengthening legal frameworks for climate action in Africa by focusing on specific aspects on our continent and getting inspired by best practices in other countries. Three, the necessity of strengthening the control of functions for parliamentarians in the follow-up and implementation of political frameworks and commitments, be it nationally or regionally, and also ensure that they correspond to the sustainable development goals. And I mentioned the Paris Agreement, Agenda 2063, and 2030 Agenda of the United Nations. Four, the necessity of unifying our efforts and avoiding duplication of efforts by favoring dialogue and cooperation between parliamentarians through Africa and beyond, encouraging synergy between the various platforms such as the Pan-African Parliament, Pan-African Networks for Parliamentarians on Climate Change, the African Initiative on Climate Legislation, and the Network of Parliamentarians on Climate Action, whose objective is to strengthen capacity, share knowledge, and influence policies on issues of climate change and food security. 5, the necessity of entering into dialogues with the local communities, making them independent, and particularly women, farmers, and vulnerable groups that are most affected by climate change and who have knowledge and solutions to offer. 6, the necessity of taking the opportunity offered by climate change in order to transform our agricultural systems, leading to more sustainable and resilient patterns, and strengthen adaptation also. Parliamentarians should support and participate in the innovation and investments in low carbon emissions, renewable energy, ecology, and the approach of circular economy. 7, the necessity of making parliamentarians' voices heard in the negotiations and fora around the world to defend the interests of our continent. And 8, the necessity of strengthening collaboration with the other non-state stakeholders, such as civil society, the private sector, universities, and the media, for awareness and mobilization towards support of climate action. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a few objectives that I hope this summit will meet. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Pan-African Parliament has not remained indifferent to the climate crisis affecting our continent and the rest of the world. Last year, during the United Nations conference on climate change in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, the Pan-African Parliament organized a roundtable, high-level roundtable on the theme Build Climate Resilience that is equitable and fair. Thanks to parliamentary action in collaboration with its various partners. The objective of this event was to highlight the role of parliamentarians in the promotion of climate action and to make sure that it is inclusive, equitable, and adapted to the needs and aspirations of the African people. The event concluded with a series of recommendations that parliamentarians must present and ask for accrued support from the international community to allow Africa to meet its objectives and aspirations in terms of climate. The summit that we are participating in is part of these recommendations because we have decided to extend the involvement of parliamentarians at all levels. Ladies and gentlemen, we are for dialogue promotion, cooperation, and action between parliamentarians, civil society, and other stakeholders in terms of adaptation to climate change, resilience, because this is regarding the sustainable agricultural development and food security in Africa, which are essential to reduce chronic famine due to drought. In the promotion of the partnership between the African Union and the European Union, we are inspired by the agreement on food security formulated in 2008. The path to follow will include reviewing this partnership and explore how to use it as a common collaboration instrument for climate action. The capacity building for parliamentarians will allow them to fulfill their functions and to oversee the agreements made by both continents in the context of the United Nations agreement. In conclusion, please allow me to reiterate our will to work with everyone. The mobilization of influence blocks is important for our accrued commitment of stakeholders to influence state and non-state platforms to solve the crisis that has to be handled on all sides. My sincere hope is that the summit not be just another meeting, but that it leads to recommendations and concrete action that will guide our future work as legislators on climate policy and equity. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful summit. Thank you.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Should not just be another summit. That is what we get from there. We would now like to invite the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, in the person of Dr. Mitika Mwenda, to give his remarks.
Thank you, Moderator. Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Charubira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, which we are very grateful that we are co-hosting this very important summit. Your Excellency, Josefa Sacko, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Development of the African Union Commission, the Honorable Speakers from national and regional parliaments present here today, Dr. and my very friend of many years, Nelson Mufu, the UN resident coordinator for South Africa, the honorable members representing national assemblies from ECOWAS Parliament, ECAS, IALA, SANDC Parliamentary Forum, Pan-African Parliamentarians Network on Climate Change, the ACLI Africa Climate Legislation Initiative, African Parliamentarians on Climate Action, the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, representatives from the governments, intergovernmental institutions, civil society, and other groups, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. May I start by expressing my deepest gratitude to the Pan-African Parliament and the President particularly for really accepting to co-host this very important summit, and particularly applaud you all with your team, the Bureau and the staff, and also our PAGA staff, who have tirelessly worked with us all to ensure we are here today. As PAGA, we will always be inspired by the African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And that's why we are all gathered. And as you know, we have reached this milestone because for more than a decade, since 2009, I was very happy to meet the Senator Margaret Kamar from Kenya. I remember when we started this journey for the first summit in Nairobi, hosted by the National Assembly of Kenya. We have defined odds, and indeed the moment of multiple global challenges, work together with Pan-African Parliament and others, and certainly we'll go far in our shared vision for a unified Africa where our priorities and aspirations define global geopolitical interactions in a manner which we want. Honorable members, we are living in a critically precarious moment in history where the fate of our planet, ourselves, and the generations to come depend on the actions we take to reverse the debilitating impacts of human-induced climate change, which scientists warn as exceeded tipping point. The sixth synthesis report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, released on 23rd March this year, confirmed that human-induced global warming is already causing widespread, irreversible impacts on our natural and human systems, and that these impacts will only worsen with further warming. The report also warns that we are running out of time to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, which is the threshold agreed by the international community to avoid the most catastrophic consequences of climate change. In many respects, climate change is the defining challenge of our time. It poses an existential threat to our continent, our people, and the future. It undermines our development aspirations and erodes our human rights. It exacerbates poverty, inequality, conflict, and migration. It affects every aspect of our lives, our health, our food security, our water resources, our energy access, our infrastructure, and biodiversity, and our culture. We don't stop reminding the world that Africa is the most vulnerable region to climate change, despite contributing to the least of its causes. Indeed, the impacts of climate change are so vivid that we no longer need a scientist to warn us how things have changed. We have witnessed more frequent and intense droughts in the Horn of Africa, for instance. The floods, hurricanes, heat waves, storms, and other extreme weather events that threaten our food security, water availability, health, infrastructure, biodiversity, and peace. We are also facing the loss and damage of our cultural and natural heritage, such as the glaciers of Mount Kenya and Mount Kilimanjaro, and the coral reefs of all the coastal areas. These impacts are not only undermining our effort to achieve sustainable development and eradicate poverty, but also violating our human rights and dignity. The question then is, can we afford to be passive or complacent in the face of this existential threat? It is the responsibility of leaders seated here today to act urgently and decisively to protect their people and the place they live when calamity strikes. We are at that moment now, And we should marshal all weapons at our disposal to protect the people and the planet from further harm. The imperatives of climate justice demand we relentlessly pursue those responsible for causing climate change, historical and current, that is the rich countries. Year after year, however, we have spoken in conferences, in forums and on rooftops, making declarations after declarations, decisions after decisions, ostensibly asking rich countries, as per the convention, to honor their moral and legal obligations to provide adequate, predictable financial, technology transfer, and capacity building to support our adaptation and mitigation. And that's actually I want to repeat what Honorable Didier was saying. Such pattern rituals are predictable in forums like this summit. And even all participants here expect a declaration which will outline all what we aspire, but will end up, in my actual prediction, remaining just that, a declaration. So is this what we want? I think we need to change things. But if we want this summit to have an indelible ink and change the course of climate discourse processes that not only in Africa, but globally, let's start by declaring a paradigm shift. We should outline concrete things, even if they are two, we should do and hold ourselves accountable within a time frame determined by the delegates here. That is what His Excellency, the President Charubira, committed himself to do when we actually were discussing, that we wouldn't want us to meet at PAP, deliver flowery statements, spice them with moving testimonials, and conclude with a very written declaration, only to go back to our usual factory settings. I think we need something. What do we have to do? What do we have to do different from others? And that is actually what we need, and I think Commissioner Sacko will agree with me. We need something. Let's have even two things. And then we are going to say, yes, this is what we want to do. There has been debate on the choice of mode of production and consumption, which we in developing countries should take to avoid spiraling into the challenge rich countries visiting the planet during their process of economic development, which has brought us to the current situation. There is compelling reason to adopt a much more sustainable win-win development trajectory that balances benefits the people and maintains the health of the planet. One, we need to take responsibility for our own actions and contributions to solving this problem. And how are we going to do that? We need to embrace the low carbon, climate resilient, fair ecological and just development pathways that are consistent with our national priorities and circumstances. Everywhere we are talking about that, but how practically are we going to do it? Three, we need to harness our abundant renewable energy resources and leapfrog the fossil fuel-based technologies that have polluted our environment and compromised our health. Are we going to be champions of that? Fourth, we need to promote green and circular economies that create decent jobs and reduce waste. Are we doing it at our individual level? Five, we need to enhance our resilience and adaptive capacity by investing in nature-based solutions, disaster risk reduction, social protection, and early warning systems. How are we going to do this? Then finally, we need to mainstream gender equality and youth empowerment in all our climate policies and actions. Are we going to walk the talk? Parliamentarians, as representatives of the people and the custodians of democracy, can be vital promoters of the above, the same way they exercise power and the duty to enact laws, oversee policies, allocation of budgets, ratification of agreements like Paris Agreement, and holding governments accountable, particularly the executive, for their climate commitments. You have the mandate and the influence to oversee the implementation of all these laws and the policies by your governments and other stakeholders. And if you see, we have everyone here, all the whole of Africa sitting here. You have the voice and the platform to raise awareness and mobilize public support for climate action among the constituents, the local level you represent, and communities. You have the responsibility and the opportunity to represent your people's interests and aspirations here and even at all levels. And finally, you have the vision and the responsibility to shape the future of your constituency, country, and Africa in a way that is sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous for all. This summit, thus, provides a reflective moment for you to proactively contribute to the evolving conversations on shaping our collective future in a manner that enables us, all of us, to lead a dignified life while living in interdependence with nature. For years, this critical group of stakeholders, that is parliamentarians, has remained peripheral in climate discourse processes, and MPs' participation has generally remained haphazard based on individual passion. What PAP and PAGJA has provided is a platform to network, share perspectives, and foster unities to collectively chart the way forward in subsequent participation of parliamentarians in the process of shaping our future. Our desire is to see, as the outcome of this summit, a strong voice of African parliamentarians during the African Climate Summit in Nairobi in September, actually hosted by His Excellency President Ruto of Kenya, and I'm very happy he will be coming here tomorrow. And of course, the COP28 and the subsequent processes. That unity is very important. No one can really work together, whether parliamentarians, whether civil society, whether private sector, whether anyone, even Africa itself, we need each other. And I'm happy that even we have with us, even representative the United Arab Emirates, who is going to be hosting the COP28. In addition, my sincere hope is that echoes of this summit will reverberate across Africa, in your countries, in your assemblies you represent, and at your local constituencies to inspire people you represent to take bold and decisive actions that contribute to our collective agenda. Undoubtedly, this will galvanize our commitment and contribute to the PAP and the PAGJA under the auspices of ACLI and the outcomes we are going to have here at its vision of a just, equitable, and sustainable Africa. As I conclude, I wish to convey PAGJA's commitment to working with you as partners and an ally in all the endeavors that unify Africa under the PAP's clarion call of one Africa, one people. We are ready to share and unleash our knowledge, our expertise, our networks, our resources and experiences to these collective efforts to advance climate justice in Africa. Together with PAP, we are eager to strengthen this collaborative effort with you on various initiatives and activities that can enhance your capacity and effectiveness as climate champions. I believe all of you are now climate champions. I wish you fruitful deliberations and successful summit. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mitika Moenda. We of the civil society know the only way to work and get these things done is working with those who represent us. And these are the parliamentarians. When there's a crisis in a village, the villagers first go to the parliamentarian to complain. When there is famine, I'm sure the parliamentarians don't eat well in their own homes because they have to feed many more people. When there is drought, when there is a flood, all of those things happen, and the first point of entry for the people to reach their governments is to reach their parliamentarians. So at this point in time, we should not depend on flowery declarations, as Comrade Mitika said. Whatever we have to do here must be with a difference, actionable, something that we can follow up and hold the executive accountable for climate action in our different countries. So again, thank you, Mitika, for these wonderful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance was created in this very city of Johannesburg in 2008. That was on the 12th of June, 2008. Incidentally, it is almost 15 years we're having this summit again in this country. Incidentally, again, one of those who nurtured this civil society organization, Pan-African Civil Society Platform called PACJA, is here in his capacity, not in his capacity as a mobilizer of civil society then, but now as resident coordinator of the UN system in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Nelson Mofo, who is the resident coordinator of UN system in South Africa, to make some remarks. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and friends. Let me actually stand on existing protocol, but before doing that, acknowledge the President of the Pan-African Parliament who's hosting us here today. Thank you, sir, for having us. Thank you also to the African Union Commissioner, who's also gracing this occasion, and thank you for being here, as well as the Chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment, and Natural Resources of the Pan-African Parliament. And I would like to also acknowledge all the parliamentarians who are here today. After all, this is your summit and your meeting, and thank you also for being here, as well as fellow members of the Diplomatic Corps, my brothers and sisters who are based here in Pretoria, and those who also coming from the rest of African countries. My brother Mitika and other colleagues at the Pan-African Justice Alliance, I also acknowledge you and I thank you for inviting me on behalf of the UN system here in South Africa to welcome you and offer this message of solidarity. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends of Africa, it is truly an honor to share a message of solidarity on the occasion of the third Pan-African Parliamentarians Summit on Climate Policy and Equity. We welcome you and we wish you fruitful deliberations. It is particularly gratifying for me to be amongst my fellow brothers and sisters of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, who, as you heard, I was involved in shaping and accompanying all these years. Our world is indeed facing three interconnected environmental crises: climate change, biodiversity and nature loss, pollution and waste. These interconnected crises are putting global economic and social well-being at risk. It is often referred to as a triple planetary crisis, which is undermining opportunities to reduce poverty and improve livelihoods, particularly on the African continent. the world's most vulnerable communities, in fact, those who are least responsible for the aforementioned crisis, are often the most impacted. We are therefore faced with an injustice and a power imbalance that has to be urgently addressed. This summit today, as we've heard, presents us with an opportunity to act robustly, urgently, and in earnest to address the challenges that are facing our people. Above all, it presents us with an opportunity to advance African solutions on one of the main crises, which is climate change. We've already heard how this is affecting lives and livelihoods across the African continent, from what we eat, to the air we breathe, to the water we drink, from the spaces and places we inhabit, to the livelihoods that we're losing every day. We're indeed facing a crisis that requires a collective response to ensure that the lived realities and socioeconomic opportunities of Africans and their children are not endangered anymore. In Africa, the lack of an ambitious, urgent, and equitable response to the global crisis is already hitting hard. This is evident in all the environmental challenges we're facing and the natural disasters that are increasing. We are currently heading towards a 2.7 degrees world, and the goal, as captured in the Paris Agreement, of keeping temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees centigrade is seeming far-fetched at the moment. To ensure we stop and reverse the worrying temperature rise and keep it within agreed limits, a quantum leap, tangible actions on climate change is required. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, we are already 7.5 years since promises that are not being kept were made as part of the Paris Climate Agreement. We are also at the midpoint of the delayed delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, African Union 2063 Agenda. As we're far from reaching these lofty goals for people and planet, we need to adjust the pace with which we're working. Not only talk, but start acting, and acting in earnest. There is no time left for talking. We need African-led actions and African-focused solutions for our people. During the recent launch of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, asked leaders of developed countries to commit to reaching net zero as close as possible to 2040, the limit they should all aim to respect. The UN has set out a challenge for leaders in emerging economies to commit to reaching net zero as close as possible to 2050. Every country, every stakeholder must be part of the solution. It is, of course, right to demand that others move first and faster, but we all must move together. Otherwise, we're only ensuring that humanity comes last. As the representative of the UN Secretary General in South Africa, and on behalf of the UN country team here, I would like to highlight that climate protection with a focus on ensuring a just and inclusive transition is one of the strategic priority areas of our cooperation framework, which is currently being delivered with the government and people of South Africa. Our efforts are to ensure, and I'm sure it's also an interest for all of you, that people across not only South Africa, but the African continent live prosperous and healthy lives in a safe and cohesive society that certainly protects and values the environment. Excellencies and friends, the objectives of this summit are ambitious and critical for Africa's sustainable future. and the role that parliamentarians must play in the countdown to COP28, which is in less than 7 months. Please do not forget also in your deliberations some of the key milestones this year, such as the upcoming SDG Summit in September at the UN General Assembly, which will happen a few weeks only after the African Climate Summit, which will be hosted by President Ruto in Nairobi. The work over the next 2 days will underscore the critical role you all as parliamentarians must and will certainly play in formulating coherent policies, overseeing interventions undertaken by African governments, boosting efforts and the pace towards the implementation of nationally determined contributions across Africa. The longer we wait on any of these critical elements, the harder it will become. Of course, other stakeholders, including civil society, as you've heard, but certainly also the private sector, need to be part of the solution as we forge ahead towards ensuring net zero and advancing plans that clearly are in the benefit of people and ensuring no one is left behind, and we embrace renewable and low-carbon energy sources. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, let me conclude by reiterating the words of the UN Secretary General when he says, "We have never been better equipped to solve the climate challenge, but we must, yes, we must move into warp speed climate action now. We don't have a moment to lose." A common African proverb, which I just read recently, reemphasizes the fact that if we're united within the house, then the enemy from outside stands no chance in overcoming and overtaking us. So I wish you all successful deliberations as you define and advance the necessary African-led climate solutions. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the climate change negotiations, countries are usually represented by the focal points of the Convention on Climate Change. All of them come together and form a negotiating bloc called the African Group of Negotiators. For the continent to have a common voice on each aspect, each and every aspect of the negotiations, there's always a need for them to come together to take what they call the African common position. At that time, it is purely technical. As a civil society, one of the civil society leaders, we know what this group, ladies and gentlemen, we know what this group goes through. Most of our countries usually don't have sufficient means to send a good number of negotiators. So the few that represent their countries are usually overstretched. But they have to fight for the continent. And we like to appreciate them because they do formidable work. Now, the chair of this group of negotiators from this continent is Zambia. We'll now like to invite Dr. Ephraim Shitima, who is with us online from Lusaka, to have some few remarks. Over to you, Ephraim, if you are online. Yes, Ephraim, can you go ahead, please? Can you unmute yourself, Ephraim? Those with headphones, can you hear him? Vous l'entendez? Please, the technicians, can you help out? We can't yet hear you, Ephraim. Can you hear us? If you hear us, put your hand up. Okay, perfect. But we can't hear you, so they have to sort this out. Charles, why the technicians? Oh, okay. All right, while the technicians are sorting out this technical issue, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome Her Excellency, Honorable Josefa Sacko, who is Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, the Director of Ceremony.
Let me stand on the existing protocol, but I would like to acknowledge the high table here. I would like to acknowledge His Excellency Honorable Chief Fortune Sharumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. I told you that I was coming. I am here. Thank you. Honorable Didier Molisho, Chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment, and Natural Resources of the Pan-African Parliament. Dr. Mitika Mwanda, Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Dr. Nelson Mifu, UN Resident Coordinator in the Republic of South Africa. Honorable speakers of national and Pan-African parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol duly observed, I stand here on behalf of the President of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat, which I have to deliver is a statement. We will have loved to be here and share with you our experience at the African Union Commission, but due to pressing agenda, he could not make it. So I am going to deliver the message of His Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat, and he sends you warm greeting from Addis Ababa. Felicitation, His Excellency Moussa Faki Mohamed, President of the African Union Commission, who very much wanted to be part of the event, but he could not make it because of pressing issues. He therefore requests me to represent him at this meeting because of the importance which African Union attaches to both the Pan-African Parliament, and the issue being discussed here, which is the climate agenda. Climate change has become an existential threat to Africa, it was said by the previous speakers, especially our small island nations. They are really in a danger of to disappear if nothing is being done in terms of action for climate change, on the impact of climate change. While Africa have contributed the least to the costs of the climate change, accounting for less than 4% of the global greenhouse gas emission, the continent bears the heaviest burden, partly as a result of having the least capacity to adapt. If you look at Japan, every day they have a cyclone, they have something, but they adapted themselves, so they don't have much human death the way we have it in Africa. We have been pushed for this sin of the others, something that we did not do, but we cannot continue saying that we are really the victim. We are not victim. We should go ahead in this journey and try to find proper solution in order to protect our population on the continent. Given the vulnerability of Africa to the impact of climate change, the African Union, through the Committee of African Head of States and Government on Climate Change, ECOWAS, and with the support of the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, AMCEN, as well as the African Group of Negotiators, where to listen to the statement of my brother, but is going to talk after me, continues to provide leadership at both continental and international level on climate issues, including climate justice. We are also working very hard to strengthen the 3 African Climate Commission related to COP22 in Marrakech. It was established by our head of state in Marrakech. So we have the three Climate Commission, the Congo Basin Commission, we have the Island Commission, Climate Commission, and we also have the Sahel Climate Commission. So these 3 commissions are very important, and they were set for us to implement our NDCs. We are now in COP27. We are organizing COP28. How many COPs are we going to have? Are we going to COP 1,000? Let me ask you, many of us here will not be in this planet, but this is my reflection. It's not my chairperson that is saying, being a commissioner for sustainable environment, I ask, how many COPs? Is COP becoming now tourism? We are seeing when we go to these COPs, we are spending a lot of money. This is taxpayers of our continent, that they pay for the organization to stand on the and defend their own interests. Are we going to continue just going from Marrakech, from Sharm el-Sheikh, where hotels are, so costly? This is taxpayer. I'm talking about it because I'm really passionate about it, because you are parliamentarians. You are the people to defend our population on the continent. So, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for COP28 late in this year, we need to accelerate progress on climate change. We are also in the 3rd decade of the climate talks, but the harsh reality is that emission continues to rise. We saw it with the representative of UN, country representative of UN. The emission continues to rise while vital climate funding fails to be disbursed. We can remember COP21, they promised $100 billion for us to have our climate action programs, adaptation and mitigation. Where is this money? Up to now, nothing is being given to us. We are just going to COP and COP and COP. Please, let's stop this COP and take care of ourselves, because I don't think COP will solve the problem of climate change, the impact of climate change in Africa. Let us take our destiny in our hand. The Pan-African Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament have a great role to play, especially as it relates to formulation and speedy passage of relevant climate changes policies and climate bill at their various national parliaments, and ensuring such instruments are well implemented. Please, when we are discussing the budget, put climate action in this budget. Mainstream climate action, because it's very important. This issue of drought, we are here. There's drought in this region, the southern region of Africa. We are really having water stress, we are having electricity issues. So I think it's important that environment should be really one of the core to benefit from that big cake that you give when the parliamentarians are discussing issues on the finance and the budget. Similarly, civil society organizations play critical roles in holding government to account and supporting the implementation of climate change, adaptation and mitigations activity, as well as policy instruments at the community, subnational, and at the national level. This meeting today would not have come at a better time than now, as it will discuss inter alia the issue of global stock take that should provide critical inputs and impetus for African countries to fully engage in the agenda item at the COP 2028. We're in COP 27. We made some recommendations. Where are we? That is the essence of COP. It should be the platform of accountability, not just a platform of tourism. What did we do from one generation or edition to another? This year, 2023, is the year for global stock take of the Paris Agreement and measuring progress of its implementation. COP 28 should indeed be a COP of accountability. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the African Union, we are playing an envisaged role of prioritizing and mainstreaming climate change on the continent. Africa has its authoritative voice on climate change, underpinned by thorough consultations, like I said before. In 2022, the Assembly of Heads of States and the government endorsed two critical continental frameworks, that is the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan for the period of 2022-2032. That provides harmonized and coordinated action to respond to the impact of climate change, thereby supporting planning for the continent's low-emission future. And the integrated strategy on meteorology, which looks at the weather and the climate. Those tools exist. Please try to really appropriate yourself. Download our site in the African Union. You will see the tools so that you can harmonize this policy with your own national policy. So that when we are going to do accountability, we are all on the same page to really assess progress. Additionally, the African Union Green Recovery Action Plan, what we call GRAP, 2021-2027. This is an instrument that came after the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. And in this GRAP, we have the 4 pillars that were said here. We are talking about access to finance. We are talking about transition energy. We are talking about just transition, because we cannot transit from one generation to another. Just transition is there in our listen. We are talking about natural-based solution. We are talking about green cities. We are talking about resilient agriculture. All these are enshrined on our action plan, which is GRAP 2021 and 2027, which was endorsed in 2022. The objective of this strategy are to guide the African continent to build its resilience from the negative impact of climate change and improve weather and climate services in Africa, as well as the green recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. The African Union is in its early stage of the implementation of this critical strategy and framework and is actively seeking partners to maximize impact. We look forward to working with the Pan-African Parliament and interested partner to operationalize the strategy, including supporting African Union member states to align their vision to the continental priority and meeting their national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. We need to update the national contribution. That was in 2015 that we had our NDC. Today, is it the same reality? It's not the same reality because we didn't have the two shocks of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine and Russia. In February this year, the 36th ordinary section of the African Union Summit granted the right to the Republic of Kenya, which is the current chair of the Committee of African Head of State and Government on Climate Change, COWAX, to co-host with the African Union the first ever African Climate Summit. The summit is scheduled to take place on the 4th and 6th of September 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya, ahead of the UN's Secretary General's Climate Summit and COP28 in the UAE, the Republic Arab of Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, November and December this year. In this regard, we are pleased to invite the Pan-African Parliament to join efforts with us to ensure a successful summit, because that will be the African summit, that will be our solution, that's where we can have our common position or what we want, and we go all of us with one key main words about the African priority. Our message has been very consistent. Africa is willing to play its part in the global response to climate change, but other parts of the world, particularly those most responsible for historical emission, have a responsibility to assist us in our effort. Africa's special needs and circumstances must be recognized and must inform climate support to our region. Please, I'm really pledging to you to take it very seriously, because our group of negotiators haven't succeeded to really convince our partners to put the Africa's special needs and circumstances in the agenda. Let's table it. We know that this is a COP of conversation, so we have to go for one COP. We have to be patient. We saw that loss and damage, it came on the table. We saw the issue of agriculture to be part of the nexus with the environment and climate change. It came on the table. I think our Africa's special needs and circumstances has to be also agenda, and let us go through this pathway. Climate justice and equity demands that those that contributed the most to the problem of climate change take responsibility to address the problem and support developing countries, especially in Africa, to adapt to and mitigate the impact of climate change. This is enshrined in the Convention under the principles of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capacity. I wish this honorable assembly fruitful deliberation, and I thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigada. Muitas gracias. Asante sana. Shukrani.
Il faut répéter ça.
You must repeat that loudly.
Bien de dire un bon discours.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for these remarks.
We will be having these political statements still at some point of the day. May I take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to announce the presence in these chambers of the ambassador of Egypt to South Africa. He's sitting at the diplomatic corps section. May we recognize his presence. There's a session this afternoon. Yes, please, let's recognize his presence. Egypt, on behalf of Africa, just hosted the last conference of the parties. It took place in Sharm el-Sheikh. So the ambassador will be speaking to us this afternoon, just as the opening of the session entitled From Paris to Sharm el-Sheikh. So ambassador will be speaking at that time. He doesn't think he has to speak now and speak again at that time. So thank you for coming, Your Excellency. Now, may we go online to see if our brother Shetima Ephraim can be heard. Ephraim, over to you.
Augustine, would you confirm, Augustine, if I'm now audible?
Perfect. Thank you. 5 on 5. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me ride on the protocols already established by previous distinguished speakers, including Commissioner Sacko, just concluded now. And let me apologize, first of all, for not being available, honorable members of parliament, to report to you physically. We take these engagements very seriously as the African group of negotiators, because this is where we get our political instructions in order to speak on behalf of the continent. We need the guidance from you and, of course, from other channels. However, national engagements of my office made it difficult for me to travel, which is why I pledge to be able to make this presentation, a presentation later and these remarks virtually. I hope I get your indulgence on that. I'll be very brief in terms of my remarks, just to thank the organizers, particularly the Pan-African Parliament and PACJA, whom we've collaborated with over the years. We work very closely with PACJA, and we value their contribution to the process. I'm very confident that even after this session, PACJA will be able to share with the AGN the outcome from this, because we always do that as it feeds into our preparations for conferences. I wish also just to indicate on the importance of this year in terms of the climate process. I'll be presenting on the global stocktake later, but just briefly to indicate that this is midway from the signing of the Paris Agreement, and it is a year when we take stock. Are we on track or not? And if not, what corrective measures need to be taken to bring us back on course? So it is a very important year. We've been doing that at the technical level, but we are moving into the political aspect of the GST, the global stocktake at COP28. And so I was tempted to do just a bit of reflections on COP27, but having heard that the distinguished ambassador from Egypt is in the house, and I'm sure I will be touching on that. But suffice it to mention that the loss and damage fund that was achieved at COP27 is an important milestone from our perspective, and that we've moved very quickly as a continent to ensure that we have representatives on the transitional committee. There's a transitional committee that is in place, which is working out the details of that fund. So just to report that we were the first group to nominate our representatives on that committee, and they are working very seriously. The other point that I wanted to share in these opening remarks is that we pay a lot of attention to gender as African group of negotiators. And the importance of building this group has been at the center of our action. In March this year, we hosted a training in Livingstone, Zambia, of young female negotiators who are the ones who have to take over the reins of negotiating on behalf of the continent. We had over 46 coming from all countries, or at least all the countries across the continent, and these were trained. We selected 10 whom we should be exposed to the actual negotiation process. I just wanted to indicate that the importance of gender, because we think on the decision-making table, we need to have the female voice, because we know that our mothers, our sisters, our daughters are at the battlefront when it comes to climate change. Distinguished members of parliament, I don't want to prolong this as I'll be making a presentation, but thank you very much for your attention for now. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ephraim. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change negotiations have always been very emotive. The convention is clear on what climate change is all about. The causes, the consequences are always clear to everybody. Unfortunately, for the past 3 decades, negotiations take place as if the consequences or the impacts of climate change will happen tomorrow. Meanwhile, in this continent, as the Commissioner just said, that has special needs and circumstances, the ugly face of the impacts of climate change are already here. Every sub-region in this continent is affected by climate change impacts. And sometimes we wonder whether developed countries that have been, since the Industrial Revolution, pumping these gases into the atmosphere, know the emergency, the urgency of this climate change on the continent. However, we have some champions in those spaces, in the developed countries, who understand that it is urgent. Climate action is urgent, and that developing countries, especially Africa, needs to be supported to have climate action, to build their resilience, and to adapt to climate change. Here with us today, ladies and gentlemen, we have a member of the European Parliament who doubles as the General Rapporteur for budget in that parliament. Help me invite Honorable Pierre Larotoro from the European Parliament to give us some few remarks. Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences,
Mr. President, Excellencies, it was not planned that I'll take the floor this morning, and that it will be in the afternoon that I was about to make recommendations to finance climate. But since President Charumbira has suggested for me to say a few words, I'll do it. Why are we so numerous? Just because we know about the climate emergency. While we're talking here in Joburg, there are brothers and sisters, millions of them, who are dying of drought in the Horn of Africa. In the DRC, millions of sisters and brothers are looking for thousands of the disappeared. Africa is one of the continent which is most affected, and there is a general director in Belgium whose daughter went away into Germany, and this daughter fell victim of the floods that have hit Belgium and Germany. So we've had COVID-19, and we are hopefully coming out of it. And there have been wars in Africa and Europe. It's horror, both in Africa and Europe. But Europe, after the war, there has been a war between Germany and France, but now there is a reconciliation. But the crisis that is irreversible is the climate deregulation. And Josefa Sacko was right when saying that 28 years ago there was COP1, and there was Angela Merkel. There was also COP21 and COP27. And you were wondering whether we have to wait for the next COPs. We do not know whether we have to laugh or cry. This afternoon, I will show you the concrete solution which we suggest. I was the general rapporteur of our parliament 2 years ago, and the European Parliament passed 2 reports to say that it is high time for us to find money, not really loans that we have to refund. And we want subsidies, fresh money, which will not be refunded for both Europe and Africa in order to win the battle of climate. And so the European Parliament has just passed 2 laws, and the European Parliament is asking for a tax of 0.1%. All the groups of the Parliament have passed it, have voted for it, and the Pan-African Parliament, I hope, will help us, and the heads of state of Africa will help us. There is a great summit on climate on the 22nd, 23rd of June in Paris. If it is just a chat shop, it will serve nothing. What is important is solutions. We have a lot of ideas in our countries. We know the solutions in our countries, but we need money. And we must tell ourselves the truth. When I think of climate, I think of Martin Luther King, who says that we must learn to live just sisters and brothers and not to die as imbeciles. So are we able to live really to live like brothers and sisters or die just like imbeciles? So, and I will speak about the solutions this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, honorable.
Thank you very much, honorable. We will not continue to tell ourselves nice words while floods are taking place in Africa. Thank you very much for this speech, ladies and gentlemen. So here is the moment that we've been expecting. We were in Sharm el-Sheikh last year, and my friend Mitika and I have had the opportunity to meet a man, somebody or a person who thought that at a given point in time we should leave. What can we do otherwise in order for the world to act in favor of Africa as concerns the climate change? We started preparing this summit since Sharm el-Sheikh, and we are here today thanks to the persistence, the assiduity of His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament.
Welcome, His Royal Highness, Honorable Chief Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's good morning. Good morning. May I start by recognizing the Bureau members. We have Honorable Vice President Gayo. Sorry, no, Ango instead. So Gayo, where was seated here just now? Ango. I recognize the chair of the committee at PAP responsible for climate change issues, Honorable Molisho, who delivered a speech earlier on. Commissioner, Excellency Commissioner, who just also delivered a speech from representing the chair of the African Union, His Excellency Faki. Mwenda, our brother there, has been Executive Director of the Pan-African Alliance for Justice, Climate Justice. The UN representative, I will avoid going through the whole list since you have all been mentioned. I sat there listening to speeches, or honorable members of PAP, of course, and the other participants. I sat there, I want to tell the truth, I felt like, I think there are too many speeches. So I think too many speeches. And I'm still going to speak also again. I add on to that list. Unfortunately, I have to speak. I can't avoid. But I stand here with a very deep feeling, which I'll start by, of course, thanking this gentleman. You know, civil society can make a contribution in anything and everything. But this Pan-African Climate Alliance for Justice, I think you have impressed me, because you have engaged with the PAP, or Pan-African Parliament, in a positive way. And can we clap for them? Really, I know people look at Pan-African Parliament only, but I think these people have also driven us. I attacked them in Sharm el-Sheikh when I met them. I attacked them. But then they responded with a lot of intelligence. And that's why we are meeting here today. Because I was saying, look, you people, too many talk about climate change. Too many NGOs coming up with climate change. But climate is getting worse and worse. So when I attacked them, then they came up very intelligently, and today we are meeting. We are meeting here. And I believe this is the most appropriate forum for this topic on this continent. And I agree that we don't want more of just talk. And Ms. Mwenda put it very well, that this not just be another of summits. So, but the problem is talking about avoiding conferences. The real problem is, do we really know how to avoid the conferences so that we become more practical? Do we even know how to do it? And this is what this summit should achieve. How do you get from this summit conference syndrome? Our resolution should be unique. We are gathered in this hall for the continent. By tomorrow, I think we should come out a bit different. If we can't, then we should stay until next week, just in this hall, just talking until we get it right. And I'm saying one issue which has already been touched on is, why are we here? And it's about climate, about global warming and all that. But also it's because previous summits and conferences have not produced results. That's why we are here. We wouldn't go up to COP27 if these conferences and the COPs were to produce results. So we should also challenge ourselves and say, is it this just another of? Another of, but we want to avoid that. And when yesterday I was briefed about the program, I was a bit harsh. I told them that, look, please, don't show me a program of talking and talking without results. And I said, between 8 and lunchtime, we should focus, of course, reflect on what has happened, no problem. And I see in the program, the road from something from Kyoto to what to today. Fine. But let's do it and leave from there, because we've done it too many times. Every time we go Tokyo, blah, again, we are just repeating the same thing. And even those who contribute, we are not here to try and tell us the terminologies we've always heard about climate change. We know about the mitigation. We know about the adaptation. So when you are talking, when you say adaptation, mitigation, don't feel nice and say, you're not contributing anything. You are just telling us what we know already. Tell us how we go beyond those terminologies. We are getting to a point of a fatigue in terms of these words. They've been used, yes. So what? And who coined them? So this is very important, why you are here. Very important, because tomorrow we'll even have a head of state all the way from Nairobi. And because he's a president, he'll be in a presidential jet. Imagine the fuel that is going into that jet. The cost of the president coming to this summit, just the cost. To achieve what? So we should challenge ourselves that no, we can't attract all these people here. Very important people in this room. MPs, very important. And as they sit, the people there are crying about the effects of climate change. So we can't afford just to talk and no results. Now, this is the proper place. We have not succeeded in the past because we have used the wrong platforms. Yes, and Africa is known at major conferences across the world for not being united. I hope this will bring unity and practicality. We at PAP, if I can say, I think amongst all other gatherings on the continent, of course there is in the Union, Africa, what we call Assembly of Heads of State, where our presidents gather, number one, at the continental level, where the heads of state can gather. And there's number two, called the Executive Council, where our foreign ministers meet, and you can embed there all other ministers. If they want to meet on the environment, they are at that level of the Executive Council. Then comes the Pan-African Parliament, what is the parliament about? If you look at the protocol, or the Constitutive Act, I was just reading it now, it says this is the platform for the people of this continent to ensure that the citizens of this continent make a contribution to any issue you can think about on this continent. This, in terms of Africa, in the Constitutive Act of the Union of Africa, this is the parliament and only parliament which is continental, which is in the law, which is in the Constitutive Act of the Union. I'm saying this because I want you to understand that if you want to come up with outputs that are implementable and respected, we have to use this platform. Not just as some organization. Because this platform, whatever the output here, goes to governments directly. Our MPs go to their parliaments, and the output from here goes to Addis, to the Assembly of Heads of State. So if you want to be really united as a continent, the Pope says one Africa, one voice. That is our motto. So gathering in this fashion is the most appropriate thing that we can do to be serious. As Africa, we have to gather like this, and we have done the right thing. To gather to ensure that we come up with practical things. Declarations, as you say, surely there have been plenty of declarations. And we should not be also victims of declarations without real results. I'm not making a speech. I actually have a written speech, but I've abandoned it. I have a speech here. I've abandoned it. I want to talk, not to deliver a speech. I want to talk. Please, by tomorrow, these nice technologies and words and whatever, and my sister said African Union, green recovery, something. Fine. We need those things. But at the end of the day, can we make sure that in all that we are doing, we leave no one behind? That is one problem. Climate change cannot be an issue of the elite because the real poor are suffering out there. So can we make sure that we are really inclusive? And in this room, we should say, who is missing? Whose voice is missing? Right. We want to make sure that those that are missing, at least somehow they are also engaged as part of the solution. I know civil society is represented. So let's move with everybody and avoid the flowery things. The output from here should help us consolidate the Africa position in Kenya in September in Nairobi when the heads of state meet. We need this practical output from here, which will feed into the heads of state meeting in September in Nairobi. Very, very important. But to achieve that, there is one weakness in that when you go to some of these meetings, the top table in terms of issues, and like the commissioner is here, is the whole thing changes slightly when you even go to COP. They will talk of parties, focal points. Now, when you say parties, usually they are member states, they are governments. That then excludes again these people in this room. That is one weakness of the whole strategy. We now say governments. They have their own permanent secretary, they have this director of this. They then take center stage. We need a formula where, when you say parties, they are governments. Pan-African Parliament exists because of the realization that governments without parliament is not a complete institutional arrangement. The AU, when it started OAU, there was no PAP, there was no court. And later they realized that when we just gather as governments only, the executive only, we are not talking for the people. You need the parliament. So when we go to Nairobi, I think, and through also the chair of the AU, please, let's make sure that whatever the arrangements there, they include also parliamentarians, they include the civil society at all levels, at all levels. Otherwise, we miss it. I've seen the way we miss it. We can talk, but when it comes to COP meetings, you find that people in this room are excluded. Yeah, we need to address that one. And for the first time, and I hear it, and I was very impressed by the commissioner, inviting Pan-African Parliament to work together. Thank you, maybe because you're a new commissioner, you have a better way of working. Because previously, the commissioners didn't talk like that. Although we are part of the AU, ourselves, the union, but sometimes when Addis does his things, even inviting people to COP, out of 15, Pap, can you give us 4? That has also been a weakness. We don't recognize the representatives of the people. And then we have civil servants only, voices. So can we strategize that the AU Commissioner, the AU, Pan-African Parliament, our civil society, and the rest, and civil society, of course, if properly defined, includes even the farmers. So within civil society, can we also make sure that the victims are part of that? So then there's a road to Paris. There's Paris, which is immediate. Are we participating in Paris? Because I have not heard about any invitation to Paris. But we'll go anywhere where there is action on climate change. Sometimes not even invited, they will come there to Paris and say, we are here as Africa. So Paris, since you are a rapporteur yourself, my very good friend, tell them, ask them, have you invited Africa in Paris? And who have you invited? This meeting should come up with some, what can I say, some institutional representation of issues of climate change, where Parliament, yourselves and everybody want to call it some sort of a force. The climate force from Africa, which is composed of Parliament, parliamentarians, civil society, Africa Union, and whoever. But they need to know that there is something called that composed of, which at any forum, including in Dubai, which they should know is there. I don't know what you are going to say it should look like. But, sorry, I want to be very short. But I'm too loaded in my heart. You see, the issue of leadership, we can meet here, and after tomorrow we disintegrate. That's one problem. Commissioner goes to Addis and does other things. PAP remains, does other things. Anyway, other things. We meet again when there's some conference. We need a clear institutional arrangement force arising from this meeting. Some institutional arrangement which brings us together so that we do not disintegrate after the summit, so that we can fight and take further the issues that we have agreed on. But it needs leadership. Without leadership, as you own, nothing can be achieved. So we can talk like this, but after this, what is the leadership side? We are just meeting as separate organizations. So who takes, when I say who, I don't mean an individual or a single organization. I mean that structure that we agree on, which with proper leadership, with the proper structure among ourselves, and the other institutional arrangements for us to be successful. To go to Paris, to go to Nairobi, to go to Dubai as a force, if we are to succeed. But ultimately, I want to say, let's avoid repeating and repeating what we've said before in other conferences. You can tell us the temperature has gone, we know the temperature. I want to take it. Oh, we know these things. Don't stand up and contribute to what we know already. Say in the past, but now we want to do it this way. And the question remains, why is it that those developed countries up to now, they don't respect what they said they would do? We need to interrogate that issue and move to the next step and say, what action do we take? What action do we take? Rather than someone takes the floor, and I keep repeating this one, because I see in many things that's what happens. Someone take the floor and take 3-4 minutes telling us the obvious, which we have already heard in the past. Please don't take more than a minute on the obvious. Take more than 5 minutes on new things that can make us succeed. I thank you.
S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît.
Thank you.
نقطة نظام. S'il vous plaît.
Point of order.
نقطة نظام. معنا هنا ضيفة شرف من أمريكا اللاتينية. نقطة نظام. لدينا ضيفة شرف من أمريكا اللاتينية.
No, translation not going. It's not going. Hold on.
Translation. إذا قلت نقطة نظام لدينا معنا
We have here with us a guest of honor from Latin America. Good day to all. Please allow me, Mr. President, we have here a guest of honor from Latin America. She has traveled from Colombia. She is a senator, and she is the Speaker of Parliament. And she has come to deliver a speech, and unfortunately that is not mentioned in the program. Unfortunately, she will travel this evening. This is why I would like her to deliver her speech. Thank you.
Is an honorable member of Parliament, and that is what happens in Parliament. Anyway, just to show that we are with you, and we are, sorry, is it okay now? Translation? Sorry? Right, I'm just saying he's a member of Parliament, and that's what happens in Parliament. And just to show him that we are in agreement with what he's saying. If I say it, I would like you think that I'm trying to create something. Mwenda, or not honorable director, come in. Come and say what we have agreed on this issue.
Thank you, Excellency. We acknowledge, and in our effort on promoting South-South collaboration, There is a very befitting session in the afternoon, and we acknowledge that the honorable member will be traveling later in the evening. So we are put where we are going really to look into what happened after the Sharm el-Sheikh and the other processes, and we thought that that is the session where she'll be well represented and share our perspectives and experiences, and then together chart the way forward in moving forward. So we have not forgotten that, and but thank you very much for reminding us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. You have space at 2. We know you are traveling tonight. At 2 o'clock, just before Egypt, which has been mentioned here. So you are on the program. We actually discussed and agreed that that's the best in terms of the topic. We'll get the Latin America perspective on climate change. Thank you very much, Honorable. Just to say she's on the program and we are waiting to hear from her. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for being patient with us in this session. It is true that we started a little bit late, but we are going to catch up on time. Now it's time for health break. We'll take 10 minutes of health break. And when we come back, we'll start with the technical sessions, which will be co-chaired by Honorable Janet Kabila, Chairperson of the Central Region Caucus, and Mr. Kwame Abibio, Senior Climate Change Officer at the African Union Development Agency, New Partnership for Africa's Development, AUDA NEPAD. So right now, let's relax for 10 minutes. And if there are any special announcements, Ndidi, is Ndidi here? Photo session. Photo. No, ask here. Ask the president. Yes. Okay. Foot. Are you now we can give our blessing. But
So, who's, where is the facilitator?
So it's the one with the co-chair.
Yeah. Go. Am I right? Go. Shall just come around.
Shall just come. So connect to them. Wait, listen. She has just come and told me that she's hearing for the first time that she's caring. Okay. That they never told her. The lady, Janet.
Janet Kabila?
Yes.
That's not true. She was in the meeting yesterday. Central Africa. If not,
we are one person. Don't worry.
Announce that their tea break is outside. Their tea is outside.
Yes.
Announce that tea is outside.
Announce even
At the
French
foyer,
and English.
at the foyer outside.
No, you are. So now,
have you got the
Le pause café se passe à la foyer. Le pause café c'est à la.
The coffee break is just outside the chamber.
Okay.
She's MP.
Okay.
From United Arab Emirates.
Okay. Nice to meet you. How are you? Good, good. Oh, yes, I see. You guys are doing great, yeah?
I'm the Parliament of the United Arab Emirates.
Yes.
And also in the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the IPU.
Okay.
And in the IPU, during COP28, I'm going to be the rapporteur for the parliamentary meeting.
Do you have a card? Yes, please.
So this is when all of the comments they were making, I want to mention to them that there is a parliamentary meeting that will happen in COP.
Good.
And I will be the rapporteur for the meeting.
Good. Okay.
And we're actually working with the UN to try to to invite the parliament members also.
Yes, okay. All right. Okay. So you are around, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. You are around. How are you? Come here. How are you, brother?
Augustine. Good. I'm good.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Good session.
Yeah.
Good session.
Hello, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly resume your seats for the next session, please. No, you can't. Okay, maybe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for us to resume with the next session, please.
On a parlé de créer une plateforme.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are beginning the second session for this very important event. And for this session, we are going to look at the impacts of climate change, the latest science, and the policy interface. My name is Kwame Abebio from the African Union Development Agency, and I'll be chairing this session. For us to do justice to this session, we have with us Professor Seth Osafo, who is a legal advisor to the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change, a long-standing, very experienced person when it comes to the issues of climate change, having worked for a very long time within the Secretariat of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We also have with us Honorable Wilbur Otichilo, who is the governor of the Vihiga County in Kenya. And to also help us with this discussion, we'll have Mr. Mohamed Mbu, who is a climate change advisor for the United Cities and Local Governments of Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, to set these discussions in perspective, it's important for us to recognize the challenges that Africa as a continent specifically faces with climate change and what African countries are doing in that regard. In the words of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, he asked a very, very important question. He said, why are we here? It is a very, very important question that needs to be answered. But for us to be able to have a very good appreciation of that question, we need to look at the science and policy interface. So the team here is going to help us to really understand the science of climate change, what it means for Africa, and also what are the policy interventions that are being done both at the national and the local levels. And for African countries to be able to implement their climate priorities. All African countries have committed to implement the nationally determined contributions. An assessment of these nationally determined contributions indicate that 70% of these NDCs are said to be conditional, meaning that we will need external support to be able to implement the NDCs. And also, if we look at the NDCs, the assessment is that 70% of these NDCs are not projectized, meaning that they are not based on any project. So it's good for us to really understand the NDCs and what they mean for us as African countries to be able to meet the challenges that climate change poses, and also to leave no one behind. So to start the ball rolling, I will call on Professor Seth Osafo, the legal advisor to the African Group of Negotiators, to present his paper on the title Climate Change Projections for Africa, looking at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's report, the sixth assessment report, which looks at the climate change impacts and implications for the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'll now ask Dr. Osafo to make his presentation. Over to you, Professor Osafo. And he has a presentation, so he has a presentation to make, so please, those in the, okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I must express my gratitude to the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable members of the Parliament, Your Excellencies, also to PACJA for inviting me here. This is about my fourth time I am addressing members of this Parliament. The last one was in Sharm el-Sheikh, when I was invited to brief the members present about the status of the negotiations. And to be asked to come back again is, for me, a great privilege. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, panel of scientists, over 1,000 of them. And they have been quite instrumental in feeding into the climate change negotiations the science. Climate change has many facets, but the science go to the very core of what we do, because without the science, we wouldn't know what exactly is happening. And the IPCC has a history. In 1988, this body was established. And it came into being as a result of the initiative of two illustrious Africans. I want to emphasize this. And these two illustrious Africans were Dr. Mustafa Kemal Tolba of Egypt, who was the executive director of UNEP around that time. And then the other African was Dr. Obasi from Nigeria, who was the head or the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization. So Professor Obasi was in charge of the Meteo, the UN body. And Dr. Tolba was head of United Nations Environment Program. And they were collaborating. And they came to realize through the work of their various organizations that, look, the earth was getting warmer. The climate was changing. And so they got together these team of scientists from around the globe to investigate what exactly was happening and to report. And so there was this first World Climate Conference. And there the scientists agreed that indeed there was a warming trend. But for me, it is heartening that this whole initiative came from two sons of the soil, because they could see what was going to happen, the impact that global warming and climate change was going to have on Africa. And so the IPCC was established, and since 1990, they have issued 6 assessment reports. The last one was the one that was issued in March. The first one was in 1990, and that fed into the climate change negotiations. At that time, it was thought that climate change was just a weather issue. And it was true, but then it had other ramifications as well. Economical, political. Now it's almost affecting everything under the sun. And so the IPCC was established, giving the mandate to assess the scientific basis of human-induced climate change potential and the potential impacts, adaptation, and mitigation options. It has 3 working groups. One working group assesses the physical science, another group, vulnerability assessment, and mitigation methods. And the IPCC reports have informed national policies and global climate negotiations, including the United Nations Framework Convention itself, the Kyoto Protocol, and also the Paris Agreement. Now, what the work that IPCC has done has fed into all these 3 legal instruments, and they provide the scientific basis. Now, briefly about the key messages from the 6th assessment report. And I must say that, for your sake, the IPCC, when it prepares its report, also provides an executive summary for policymakers. And that is quite brief. I think you can get it, you can sit down, read through, and you will see what exactly they have said. And I have tried to summarize that. But for our meeting, what I have done is to look at the impacts, or this highlights the significant impacts of climate change for Africa. And they have gone into considerable detail when it comes to Africa. There is a whole chapter, chapter 9 of the IPCC report, that is devoted to Africa. And the highlights include reduction of food production. It affects economic growth in Africa and biodiversity. Increased vulnerability to climate hazards, particularly for women, children, and the elderly. And I think recent events in Africa have made clear what these impacts are. Since the beginning of the year, there have been a number of environmental hazards. We saw what happened in Malawi with the cyclone. It was heart-rending. to see the havoc that was caused. Houses, roads, bridges washed away. People's very livelihood completely wrecked as a result of these cyclones. Several losses of lives. And it's something that is going to affect the economy of Malawi, simply because they have to divert money that could have been used for development to address the adverse impacts of climate change. So these things are beginning to happen in a serious way in Africa. It has been said over and over again that Africa contributes the least to greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. For the percentage they talk about is between 4 and 6%. But then they also go ahead to say that Africa is a continent that is most impacted by the adverse effects of climate change and the continent that is most vulnerable. And the IPCC, through its work, has clearly established this. But then they go on to say that for Africa, it is key that we adapt to the adverse impacts. The fact is that it's happening, and we cannot stop it. And so we have to learn to adapt to these impacts of climate change. And whilst most adaptation options have medium effectiveness, their efficacy at future warming levels is largely unknown. Hydrological variability and water scarcity present risk to water-dependent sectors requiring planning under deep uncertainty. Water is becoming a major issue. In fact, UNEP has said over the years that water could be the next source of conflict in Africa. And we're beginning to see the impact that it is having. IPCC has also said climate change has reduced economic growth. It has increased income inequality and affected various sectors, including agriculture. And you talk about agriculture, and you talk about food production, you talk about food security. It's good that at last we've been able to get agriculture on the climate change discussions. The subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice has been discussing the impact of climate change on agriculture, which is important for us in Africa. IPCC has also discovered or said that agriculture productivity growth has been reduced by 34% since 1961 due to climate change, with maize and wheat yields decreased by 5.8% and 2.3% respectively in sub-Saharan Africa. You can imagine the impact that this is having on us. Most of our population live on maize and sorghum. And these are the ones that are being impacted. Why? Because of the variability in rainfall patterns. Farmers prepare the ground, they're ready, and then the rains don't come. The rains come, and they come late. And definitely governments have to look for food. The little resources that they have may have to be used to import maize and wheat for their population. fish provides the main source of protein for approximately 200 people in Africa. And they support the livelihood of our fishermen. But fish production is going down. The coral reefs, the warming of the sea, and other factors are affecting fisheries production. Mortality and morbidity, IPCC says, will escalate further with global warming, placing additional strain on health and economic system. If people don't eat well and they are not very healthy, how do they survive? Children, babies, if they are not well fed, malnutrition kills them. Climate change is also contributing to migration. Not migration from Africa to Europe. That's not what we are talking about. But within Africa, if there is drought, first they move from where the drought is to where they can find food. The cattlemen will want to move their cattle to where they can find feed for the cattle. So they go from place to place. Sometimes it's across borders, all within Africa. And sometimes it is within the country. They move from that area to another area. So migration also begins to happen. And IPCC 6 assessment report says 2.6 million and 3.4 million new weather-related displacements in sub-Saharan Africa occurred between 2018 and 2018. So there is migration. West Africa, East Africa, we know that the herdsmen will move. And when they move, it causes conflict. Because when they move to the areas where they can get food for their cattle, sometimes they destroy farms. And this results in conflict within the region. And the damage that climate-related infrastructure damage and repairs cost. They've given a figure of about 183 billion through 2100, between now and the year 2100. And it's true, when I saw on television what had happened in Malawi, and now it's also happened in Rwanda. Rwanda has also had a flood recently. It cost lives, it destroyed property. And the latest one is DRC Congo, where lots of people have died, houses destroyed, and farms and so on. And the damage that we are experiencing in Africa as a result of climate change, the change that is occurring is immense. And then it also talks about African cultural heritage is at risk from climate hazards such as sea level rise and coastal erosions. It is affecting our coastal areas. Towns are being washed away as a result of sea level rise. Parts of West Africa where you have castles and other forts that have been built along the coast over several years. They are being washed away. The castles are being washed away. And these are sometimes tourist sites. So you lose the fort, you lose the castle, but you also lose the revenue that comes from tourists who come to look at these forts. So it has impacts not only on the fact that it's destroyed, but affects economies as well. And then it says that climate-related research in Africa faces severe data constraints and inequities in funding and research. And it's quite true. We devote very little money towards research into climate change. I'm aware and I've read of research institutions complaining how they are not getting funding to enable them to do research. As a matter of fact, Africa is underrepresented in the IPCC, the global group of scientists who are doing this research regarding climate change. Africa needs to beef up. And if we are to do that, we need to resource our scientific institutions and also get more and more scientists to take interest in these areas. But the research data is not available, and this affects us. So, what are the major conclusions from the IPCC 6 assessment report? For Africa, it says there's going to be hotter days, nights, and heat waves. And you can imagine that the impact that this has on our health. There will be drying in West and Southern Africa. That means less rain and more drought. Land degradation, biodiversity loss, bush encroachment, and pests. These are going to increase. Reduce food security, crop yields, livestock, and fisheries. And on and on. The list is there. And you and I know how this is going to impact us. Deforestation is happening all over, where the trees that we have, the few that we have, cutting them, using them for firewood and charcoal. Sadly, we do not grow them. We are cutting what is there, and it's going to affect us. And so they say the transition to renewable energy, to reduce reliance on wood and fuel and charcoal is important. And there should be sustainable use of biodiversity and conservation agriculture for adaptation and mitigation. I'm just trying to take you through what the IPCC has listed as far as Africa is concerned. Enhancing climate resilience through early warning systems, insurance, safety nets, governance, and investment. And talking about early warning systems, I was fascinated by something I read just a few years ago. There is a village in Switzerland, in the Alpine area. And they realized that over the years, the glaciers that covered the mountains have gradually melted and virtually vanished. But then they also discovered, as a result of the research that had been done, that there were going to be landslides that are going to cause havoc. And so there is this little village in the valley of the Alpine, comprising of 100 inhabitants. And they were able to realize that the landslide is going to occur very soon. So as far as I know, last Friday, they evacuated all the 100 inhabitants from that village simply because they said the landslide could be happening at any time. Do you think this will happen in Africa? But we need to be able to get the scientific technology that will enable us do this. Early warning systems that will enable us warn our farmers in advance that, look, this year the rains might not come at all. They might come late so that they can prepare for it. Now let me conclude touching on Agenda 2030, which is the Sustainable Development Goals that have been developed by the United Nations. And it's a call to end poverty, protect the environment, and foster economic growth by 2030. The Sustainable Development Goals encourage partnership between governments, private sector, research, academia, and civil society organizations to improve life for future generations. And its goal 13 deals with climate change, looking at the convention, the protocol, and the Paris Agreement, and encouraging governments to strengthen resilience and integrate climate change measures into policies and planning, and build knowledge and capacity to meet climate change. So we can say that in the short term, the Sustainable Development Goals are helping us plan. But then Africa has got its own agenda as well. This is the Agenda 2063. And it's a master plan that has been developed for transforming the continent into a global powerhouse. Now, Agenda 2063 was adopted by the African Union at its 50th anniversary in May 2013. And it was intended to chart a path that will bring Africa into a new era of prosperity and peace on the continent. And he says, Africa can work towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals while pursuing initiatives of its own, which is designed to reach the goals of Agenda 2063. So you have these two agendas going in tandem. Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, developed by the United Nations and subscribed to by about 193 countries, and what we have developed ourselves for the continent to bring prosperity to Africa in the long term. So in effect, the IPCC has done its work. They have told us what is likely to happen. The answer lies with us. We've heard a lot this morning that it shouldn't be a lot of talk. Money has been promised. The 100 billion promised by Copenhagen has still not materialized. And with current events in our world of today, money is going to be difficult to come by. So I think it behoves us as Africans, as governments, and as parliamentarians, as we say in local parlance, we have to put our money where our mouth is and try and help our people, our farmers, our fishermen, our mothers, and our children who are adversely, they are the ones adversely impacted by climate change. And I believe that as parliamentarians, I'm sure you might be able to do something about it. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Professor Sacko for taking us through the IPCC report and its implications for Africa. I wouldn't want to summarize a professor's presentation, so I would now call upon our second speaker, Honorable Wilbur Utichilo, who is the governor of the Vihiga County in Kenya. And he's going to really bring it down to the ground, to the grassroots, how climate change is impacting his community and what measures they are putting in place to address the challenges that climate change is posing to the ordinary farmer, to the local person within his county. So, Honorable Wilbur Utichilo, please, the floor is yours.
The President of the Pan-African Parliament, PACCHA, and honorable members, it is indeed a privilege for me to be before you to talk about the issue of climate change. We have been told this morning that we must be practical and we must come out with solutions. And therefore, I will endeavor in my presentation to look for solutions. The science is very clear, and my colleague here has clearly elaborated, and therefore we want to get solutions. I'm a scientist myself. I had prepared a very elaborate scientific presentation on how climate change impacts mankind, but I've decided I'll do the opposite. I want to look for solutions. We all know climate change. Everything about climate change at a global level is summarized in the Paris Agreement. And at a global level, we are endeavoring to implement Paris Agreement. But we have so many challenges. And that's why every year we are meeting at various scopes trying to implement the Paris Agreement. But as it has been alluded in this forum, it's not been easy. We keep on talking and talking, and therefore we are not getting solution. But for us in Africa, we are having the worst impact of climate change globally. So as we continue to go to the COPs to discuss, we may not get any solution there, because for the last COPs, we have not got the solution. So the solution is within ourselves. And as we are seated here, let's get the solution. And I believe we have the solutions. First and foremost, we must all agree here that the destiny of Africa is in our own hands. And we are the leaders. We are the legislators. We are the ones who make the decisions. We are the ones who make the laws, the policies, and monitor implementation. So if we are going to get any solution on climate change, it is within our own purview. Then how do we move forward to achieve that? First and foremost, as legislators, we must put in place the legal and policy frameworks on climate change. I was a member of parliament in Kenya from 2007 to 2017. And being a scientist and aware about climate change, I pushed so hard in our parliament to ensure that we put in place both policy and legal framework on climate change. And Kenya is among the few countries in Africa that have enacted a climate change act and policy. So I want to challenge my colleagues. Let us put legal frameworks at the national level first before we start talking at a continental level. So having put the legal framework, then that will inform at the national level what we can do in terms of implementation. And that's where we will end up with National Climate Change Implementation Action Plan that will involve the people directly. Because climate change is a very complex subject, and it's a subject that is least understood by even the literate and the learned. So you can imagine at the community level, it's not even easy. In fact, in Africa, we don't have names or words that describe climate change. So even to describe climate change at a local level is a challenge. So let's focus on putting legal frameworks at the national level. But that's not enough. At the national level, we need to go lower. And that's where we go to sub-national level, where this has also to be cascaded to the lower level. We represent various entities at the national level. In Kenya, we have 48 governments, 47 county governments, and 1 national government. In total, we have 48 governments. So at the national level in Kenya, we have the law, the National Climate Change Act. But at the sub-national level or the county level, we must also have legislation and policies that now address climate change issues at the lower level, at the local level. Because the local levels environments are different. For example, in Kenya, the environment in northeastern Kenya is totally different from Western Kenya, or the Lake Region Economic Bloc. So we must have a different approaches. I want to give you an example of what we have done in Kenya as an example that can be put or adopted elsewhere. Our National Climate Change Act says that at the county level, the county governments should domesticate the law to their own environmental conditions. So the 47 county governments, we chose to come together under the Council of Governors, and we have decided how to deal with the issue of climate change because it is impacting directly to our local people, directly. And so as Council of Governors, we have agreed that each county enacts a climate change act and policy, but domesticated to the conditions of their own environment. This I want to report. Out of 47 counties, we already enacted laws for 45 counties. So each of the 45 counties have a county climate change policy. They have county Climate Change Act, and we have gone further and decided that that's not enough. We have enacted at the county level climate change county strategy. The strategy that will be used at the county level to deal with the climate change issues. At the county level, we have a county climate change council that coordinates the climate change in the county. But we have gone lower because the impact goes much lower. The lowest, the smallest administrative unit in our county is called ward, a ward. We have also put award climate change committees to ensure that climate change is mainstreamed at the lowest level at the village level. So with that type of structure, we can now reach the lowest person at a household level. And that way, we are able to mainstream climate change from the household level to the ward level, to the county level, to the national level. We have gone further and said that we have been promised money at the national level in these COPs. The money is not coming, and we have had it here. We have said we are not going to waste time begging money from various donors and various NGOs. We have said, as counties, we must take the climate change issue as our problem. And what have we done? In each of the county climate change legislation, we made a resolution as Council of Governors that 2 to 3% of our budget must be put to climate change activities at the lowest level. So as I talk, each of the 45 counties budget for climate change activities at the local level. So we are not waiting to be given money. We are budgeting with the little money we have so that we can be able to make a little difference, but a better difference than nothing. So that's where we are. And I want to encourage all of us, let's move and get to the grassroots level. You represent constituencies. Start a program. Work with whatever legal framework you have or administrative governance system you have to ensure that funding is provided from our own resources that can handle climate change issues. And what we have done is that with the climate change funds at the local level, the money is being availed to the communities themselves to come up with the programs. So to date, what we have done, many counties, the 45, we are doing climate change risk management assessment at the local level, at the ward level, so that once they do the climate change risk assessment at the ward level, then we have grants from the budget we have that will be availed to those communities to implement their climate change resilient programs, mainly adaptation programs. So I think that's the type of scenario we are building up in Kenya, and I think it's a scenario that can act as a model for the rest of our continent. To conclude, as Africa, as we live from here, let's decide our destiny to be with ourselves. Let us decide from tomorrow, even as we go to COP28, let's go there saying this is what we want and nothing less. Yeah. And if you don't listen to us, we go away. So how do we do that? We must come up with a framework or an understanding that we work. We come up with a strategy for Africa. We have agreement for the World Paris Agreement, but we have agreement for Africa. Yes, we have the Agenda 2063 by African Union. But let's have an African initiative on climate change and then speak with one voice. And as we go to COP28, we take there one position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wilbur. Please another round of applause for the Honorable. He's brought it to the grassroots where things need to happen. Honorable, you had also mentioned about an African strategy, and I think when the Commissioner was speaking, she made mention of that. There is an African Union climate change and resilience strategy and action plan. So that is our plan, that is the African plan that all African countries, especially led by our leaders, the members of parliament, would have to help us engage communities in implementing. And as it's been said, climate change is an existential threat. And I also know that coming between people and their lunch is also an existential threat. But please bear with me. Give us another 5 more minutes. We'll have, as a response to the presentations that have been made from the United Cities and local governments of Africa, just to blend the two presentations, the policy aspects and the local government aspects, to also give us their perspective on that. So I'd like to call on Mohamed Nbou to give us a short intervention. Over to you, Mohamed.
Bon, merci beaucoup. On m'a donné 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I have just 2 minutes. And there's a question that was put. Why are we here? We are, the context, we are called upon because we need to be operational. We have to develop a method of working. We talked about COP. COP is a platform that enables us to have multilateral frameworks. That is important, but we have to review it. Why are we here? Because we have stakeholders that are important in implementation, but they're not here. We talked about the government of COP because they were, until now, they have been out of topic. It's more of a national debate than a local debate in Africa. So that's an observation that we have made. We also have the private sector, because those who are on the field have to be included as well. That is why in Africa we have realized, because we have made a diagnosis on the decentralization process, which is quite important. The decentralization process does not speed up measures on the field, because we cannot territorialize public policies and climate policies if the governments are not stakeholders, because they are the ones on the field. So COVID has showed that without local collectivities, local authorities, we cannot overcome this crisis. Secondly, we have the private sector. I think the private sector has to be a stakeholder, because it's the private sector that helps us to work. And until now, we haven't actually developed a framework to enable the private sector to be included in the climate area. They are aware, they are conscious, but there's no framework that attracts them to be stakeholders. Concerning science, everybody is aware that we are in a climate change impact era. And this impact, I'm going to give you an example. There were floods and we were invited, acute floods, and they were invited and requested to assist them. And for us to assist them, we need emergency measures. And we don't have that because we have a lot of bureaucracy. So I think we need to review the implementation system. The local authorities have to be at the center of the implementation, especially as when we talk about adaptation, it is done on the field. And I think that the local authorities are at the center of this system. Thank you very much. I think my 2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. Thanks for that presentation. Before we step out for lunch, I'll just briefly would like to call the President of the Andean Parliament, Mrs. Gloria Flores, if you are here, for a very short statement. Okay, all right. So please, she has a very short statement. Unfortunately, she has to fly out soon, so she was supposed to speak later, but please let's just accommodate her and listen to her for just a few minutes before we go for our lunch.
Good afternoon, good morning. This is the midday, actually. I would like to express to you that for us, those who come from Latin America and the Caribbean, to be present here in this summit on climate change in Africa and here in the Pan-African Parliament chamber, this is a great honor and a privilege. And this is an opportunity to join forces between Latin America and Caribbean with Africa in a task that belongs to humanity, to the entire planet, that we need to save from extinction. Life is threatened from extinction because of the crisis of climate change that we all suffer. In Algeria, in January this year, I was invited as the president of the Andean Parliament, one of the Latin American integration parliaments, and I was invited to be part of this meeting. And I was invited, or we were invited, because more than ever, we need to join efforts South-South, this global South-South, that we confront all the challenges of very complex situations, such as climate change, such as migrations that affect our continents and that kill our children, our young youth, men and women. And this migration have hard consequences to our peoples. Here, north of Africa is the Mediterranean, filled with victims of this migration that only try to survive these challenges, that also we need to avoid hunger and inequality in our countries in Latin America, Caribbean, as well as Africa. Only when we break that inequality, we will be able to have dignity and avoid poverty in our countries. But here we have different challenges. I come from Colombia in Latin America. We are in the center of Latin America. And politically, we are very important because our country has the Caribbean Sea, it has the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, the Amazon. It has the mountain range most important in Latin America, which is the Andes. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are totally united to Africa. We come from Africa, actually. We have Africa as part of our continent as well. The African diaspora that arrived as slaves in Latin America, men and women and children from Africa became victims of business, and today we are all free and we have dignity, and we say, as an African diaspora in Latin America, we are deeply connected to Africa. And as we are connected to Africa and we say it very proudly, Africa is connected to Latin America and the Caribbean because of the African diaspora. We come here to unite and to acknowledge that we can guarantee that the voices of these parliaments, like this Pan-African Parliament and the integration parliaments of the Andean region, we have 3 parliaments in our regions. We have the Central American and Caribbean Parliament, the Andean Parliament, which I preside currently, and the Mercosur. It's the Parliament of the South, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. Those 3 parliaments are working together forward to work through these in summits of integration. And we want to have one parliament, as you have this Pan-African Parliament, and we would like to have a Latin American and Caribbean united parliament as well, so that we could have a cooperation institute that will enable us to confront the challenges of the 21st century. Here, we are bringing for you a memorandum of understanding that will enable to have leaps of quality change for Latin America and the Caribbean and the Pan-African Parliament. Latin American and the Caribbean, we have a permanent connection with the European Parliament, and we meet twice a year, and we have commissions of these 2 regions, and we work through specific programs of infrastructure, social, economic, trade relations. I've also commissions that will see how to overcome inequalities, and also a commission for the promotion of women in politics in our countries. Why can't we create a similar assembly between the Pan-African Parliament and the Latin American Caribbean Parliament, so that we will have meetings twice a year where we can also talk about our common issues. We can learn from each other, from our continents. We have so much to learn from Africa in Latin America. We can learn about conflict solution that Africa has experience. In the 90s, there were more than 35 armed conflicts, and now Africa can say proudly that all those conflicts are almost finished. Maybe there are 3 or 4 there, but democracy has advanced greatly in Africa in these last decades. Why can't learn from Africa, from South Africa, to go through the experience of ending apartheid, and now as we understand that cannot be in any other part of the world. And then we can understand that our cultures have all these force coming from the hearts, from the land of all these cultures and in our continents, and we can understand and recognize each other, and we can bring these bonds of brotherhood, sisterhood between Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa, and having these meetings, and we could establish a work route. And that is the message that I came to bring to you, because today more than ever, we need to break free from dependencies, and that North-South dependency, and then come together, South-South, that we are strong, we have resources, we have great possibilities of development, and we are struggling to bring our peoples a better world and to come through discrimination, poverty, and exclusion that has been our historical lot. But in Latin America, we also were colonized, and 200 years ago, we gained independence. There have been still some challenges, but independence in Latin America and the Caribbean, the same as the independence of North America, brought great opportunities. Your independence happened in the last 50 years. Now we can come together and strengthen each other through recognition of South-South cooperation that we can bring together. When I arrived, I had to fly from Colombia to France, to Paris. I had to go north to come south again. It took me 28 hours of traveling to come here and to look at you in the eye and tell you, here we are present as Latin Americans and Caribbeans, and we can build relationships, trade, economic relations that will benefit our peoples. Why not to have direct air links between Latin America and Africa so that we could visit each other? These are the tasks that lie ahead of us. Just a few days ago, the Vice President of Colombia came to South Africa. Today, she's visiting Kenya, and next she will go to Ethiopia. She is a woman that for the first time of the African diaspora in Latin America, she is an African descendant who is now a leader in Colombia. And she's come to Africa to remind us that Colombia has Africa as a partner to build new strong relationships. And this is what we are doing in the continent. Mr. President of Pan-African Parliament, thank you for your invitation, and thank you to the Bureau and all of you in the Pan-African Parliament, this wonderful parliament. You and I in the Andean Parliament, in the Central American Parliament, and in the Southern Parliament, we all fight so that all the peoples will have a voice and will ask for accountability of our governments, and so that all our governments and our civil society and our parliaments will have a voice that will be heard. It needs to be done, and this is through a democratization process, an integration process. And if we can build this assembly of Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, we will be stronger to fight for our populations. There's climate change that is happening in the world. We know that it's originated because of a economic model that has destroyed the resources, the natural resources, that has not looked after our strategic environment. So we need to change that, and we need to call for a sustainable development, looking after the atmosphere, the environment. And we cannot, for instance, destroy water in search of resources or other minerals. We need to look after water because water is life. And those are the tasks that we take at heart, and we can bring this message to you that we believe in Africa. We are part of Africa, and Africa is the mother. And we want to bring together this assembly of these two regions, Africa, Latin America, Caribbean parliaments, and come together. Our people need peace, deserve peace and justice. Our people need opportunities. Our women are waiting for all these opportunities of work, of participation in politics, and our identity, as well as the children, the youth, boys and girls. They need that we, who are now in this type of centers, we can defend them, and we can open the opportunities of a future life with dignity. I bring this memorandum of understanding. It's a draft, and I'm giving this to you here, and the Pan-African Parliament could be debated. And as I go back to Panama in a few days, we're going to get together as parliaments of Latin America and the Caribbean, and there will be representatives from the Pan-African Parliament present and other parliaments of the world. And we will carry on working on this document so that we will be able to sign and have an alliance of these two great continents, and we will walk together in full respect. The water, the Atlantic Ocean, is not separating us. It's actually joining us. It's bringing us together in all its potential. We have two territories with one ocean that joins us, that represent that the efforts of the Latin America and the Caribbean will join Africa. And I insist about the Caribbean because the population of the Caribbean is filled with the African diaspora. Our people have indigenous American peoples and also African descendants, and we have mixed all our blood and our cultures. And the same thing happens in Africa. We need to come together, to unite, and have alliances. This memorandum of understanding bring together these ideas that will strengthen all these processes that perhaps in the past we tried to create these structures. Now we propose a working group that will allow the Pan-African Parliament to be represented from all these 5 regions of the Pan-African Parliament will be represented in this joint And in the same way, in Latin America, all the different regions of Latin America will be present. Thank you very much for this opportunity, for allowing me to talk, to speak with you. And here I say again that women will carry on, will go forward with decision and courage, because without women, nothing can change in the world. Thank you very much.
Hey! Thank you, gracias, 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 gracias. Hey! Gracias. Gracias, 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 yes.
Okay. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Gloria Flores, the President of the Andean Parliament, thank you so much for a very passionate speech, and also stressing on the importance of South-South collaboration and Africa's partnership with Latin America. In the interest of time, we'll have to go for lunch. But before that, I'd also like to thank our panelists. Please, let's give a round of applause to our panelists who are on the stage. Okay. So I'm told, I'm told the lunch will be happening at the Gallagher Estate restaurant, the ballroom. But before we do that, we'd like to take a family picture with the dignitaries here. So, Madam Commissioner, Mr. President, and the rest of the dignitaries, if you can come up here for a family photo.
Honorable, please, we should go for our lunch. The buses are packed outside and they will take you to the venue. The buses are packed outside and they will take you to the venue, just outside this entrance.
That's it.